Hey,
What up, dude?
what up? Uh, There we go. I'm waiting to hear back from Alyssa, see what's going on.
Nope.
Let's run through some of this list. A little weakness in pre-market. Crypto strong. It's Pearl. Hmm.
Dude, I don't know why, but that Sunday Scans watch list is like the coolest thing ever.
Isn't it?
That was such a cool idea.
Yeah. And then it stores the last I don't know if you saw, but it stores the last 12 weeks, so the
Yeah.
quarter.
Yeah.
Um
It has the latest issue on there. Pretty cool.
yeah. What Rocco's talking about is uh the Sunday scan. So it's an automated watch list that any ticker mentioned in Sunday scans post automatically gets put into a pre-built watch list um in UCT intelligence, and then it anyways, yeah, it stores the watch list. So you can just automatically would be able to log in to UCT Intelligence, go to the watch list, and then you'd see all the automatic um, stocks mentioned. Alyssa finally got a room. Oh, my wife's at the ER right now. She woke up at about 4 in the morning with some severe.
She
Um,
was waiting this whole time and just got a room.
she just got a room. Yeah, yeah. She's waited for about 3.5 hours. Severe pelvic pain. So I'm seeing what she's got going on. And she's a tough cookie. I've seen that chick go through some hard shit. So um hopefully she's all good. Guessing she got a kidney stone or something. We shall see. But yeah, anyways, that yeah, Sunday scans today you can see like, oh, what was on last week's Sunday scans, what was on this week's, so on and so forth. All right. Oh, ooh. Let some people get in here. Yeah, we'll see. Kind of waiting for her to call me and see what's going on. Um, and, oof. Here, can't pull it. There we go.
Yeah.
Perfect. Oh, yeah, coin, MSTR, circle, IBIT. Near term, these are a little long in the tooth near term. Just coming out of these little mini bases, IBIT over the 200-day, circle over the 200-day, coin over just under the 200-day. Um, yeah, Hood's got this little fake out fake, bearish candle on Thursday, big kicker on Friday. I do have this on my broader list, to build out. Same thing with some things like TEM here. Very likely gonna have some build out over the coming days. And see how much it needs, right? Is it going to be, one day? Is it going to be 3 days? Is it going to be 5 days of consolidation? I go back to where, I traded it previously, mostly this one, is it gave a really nice setup off of the like launch pad area. And then after that, consolidated for a period of time. Where's the second leg up? Um, oh, it was right here. This 3 day reverse, delayed reaction to, I can't remember what the news was. That might have been Pelosi. I think this was Pelosi back here actually. But this 3 day delayed reaction was perfect. Man, I missed some of these setups, guys. Um, I mean, this is just so clean to enter and buy, a nice catalyst, push off the lows sideways, building out higher lows, clean base. You get another catalyst to remount right there, and then a clean trigger. That was in good stuff. Um, yeah, okay, they're checking her for a kidney stone. Um, all right, let's get into the action here. And take a look at the market. So the Q's gapping down a little bit here this morning, 0.6%, a little bit off the lows of pre-market. We're down to 706.79. We're up about $2 from there. Um, That Nvidia headline over the weekend about raising prices, going red to green right now. AOY is gapping down on a offering. Um, I think it was Friday after hours actually. Um, what else do we have here? And then the Treasury commentary, continued Treasury commentary as well. Um, Before we get into, some additional things, I really do want to emphasize kind of the schedule for this week in terms of events and stuff. We've got NVIDIA's earnings on Wednesday after hours on 8/26. Um, those are always a big deal. We've got CrowdStrike the same day, and is it ServiceNow? No, it's there's one other one that's important. Let me pull it up here. CRM. And CRM on Wednesday. And then Thursday we've got Marvell, Autodesk, whatever, if that's important. So those are the important earnings. We also have RBRK on Thursday, after hours, I believe. Yes, after hours.
Damn,
Uh,
that thing looks hot.
yeah, it looks fantastic. Um, Sentinel One Thursday after hours as well. So a lot of the cybersecurity, a lot of the software names. Okta's got earnings, HPQ, NTNX, Everpure. We get some more commentary from the consumers. Walmart had earnings; they had bad earnings, or bad reaction as well. We got Best Buy, Dollar General, Dollar Tree on Thursday pre-market as well. And then on Friday we've got Jackson Hole. Speech from Fed Chair Warsh on uh, Friday at 10 a.m. So 30 minutes after market open. Just checking to make sure the calendar is sent out. Okay, perfect. Um, okay, perfect. So, oh, and then PCE on Wednesday as well. So in terms of all that, we had options expiration last week. We've got the, end of month coming up as well next Monday, into September. September seasonality is generally fairly weak, especially in a midterm year. So we'll see kind of how that plays in. We've got the QQQ sitting right at the fall through day low so far, pretty lame uptrend since the follow through day. I think we can all acknowledge that. These 4 days pre follow through day were the best, and then since then it's kind of been fairly dog shit. We've had themes jumping around, a day to day, week to week. And, especially noted with the 4 day crypto move, the big mRNA news igniting some of the healthcare and biotech names further. Um, we've had the push pull on, some semi names where Micron, is relatively strong, up 4%. And, then, the next day, Marvell is strong that same day. And then the next day, bearish engulfing. So, a lot of back and forth type of action. Um, Coming into or at the end of last week, found myself again just exhausted, frustrated. I think there's a lot of people that could relate to that in the market, and had a great weekend, got some rest, got a lot of things done, and looked at the market with a fresh eye, and a calm mind, and just kind of a simplistic approach. And I want to carry that into this week, while also being mindful of the current of the past few weeks, right? I don't just want to say, okay, well, snap out of it, now, do this, do this, do this, where, go through whenever, the market's doing this, and, traders are feeling like that, is, they try to like power through, or get out via activity. And this is where the one good trade philosophy kind of come into play, or one trade at a time, to where I guess it's kind of an element of progressive exposure too, to where that you want to, do something that's, very simple, straightforward, obvious, and repeatable. And then, and kind of snowball that into further momentum in the market, into your account, as well. So, looking to take that into this week. Today and tomorrow are probably the maybe least exciting days. But what you could see is, some decision making ahead of the, notable events later this week, versus reactions later. So whatever, we'll see. That's neither here nor there. Um, Overall, I want to keep my eyes on this QQQ position. It had a lower wick on this, past 2 days against a follow through day low. If we get a weak close, basically today, I'll get out. I've given it a little bit more room, just because, it's again, it's kind of like an activity hedge too, because if I get out of this, I'm probably taking, I probably end up trying to take two or three other things, and then this morning, probably come in guns a blazing, to where, if certain things are going to work, that's likely going to work. So, I don't mind being situated, where I am in it now. And I'll let you guys know, what I'm doing, what I'm thinking. I know I adjusted a little bit. I'm down, about 3% on the position right now. Nothing, drastic, but not super happy with, how it's going, and probably could do things differently. I'm excited to take notes on it afterwards. But um, when you look at the markets in isolation, this gap down on SPY after an inside day into the 20 MA, and a higher low after a 7% move higher, right? It looks extremely attractive above all-time highs. Like this looks primed as shit for a red to green bullish engulfing candle up to, 770, 70, 72, etc. Um, and that would be the ideal scenario, right? We've got, the recipe for that to occur. I don't know if we have the momentum and the participation to take us there. We'll see. I know some people are saying, don't look at, tech, but, I don't think you can say that while looking at, Snow and Palantir and, ServiceNow and, Bitcoin. I mean, some of these moves are tech, and they're moving just fine. It's really just like the AI infrastructure and semi names. And I also want to remind people that there's a very, very, very famous market adage that goes, so go the semis, so go the market. So, you can't just kind of be like, oh yeah, just don't look at them, and then that's all you need to do. Because that's one of the most important sectors, if not the most important sector. So, um, don't want to force through anything. Again, one trade at a time philosophy, but Okay, enough blabbering. Into the action. Blake asked about Twilio. You got a flat open on this this morning. Inside day would be ideal, I suppose. This is one that you could take end of day Friday on the strong close. But inside day would be ideal. And then use basically Friday's low as a stop. Could treat it kind of like how Snowflake traded back here. To where, builds out for a decent bit of time and maybe wicks around for a little bit. And then this finally got going after it put in a notable hold candle and then broke previous day's high. So I'm using that to say this could use like a red to green move to get involved over previous day high. This is one that I think is deserving of being on the list for sure. Shep, hey, how you doing? Um, oh, NVIDIA is interesting to watch this morning. It's in this gap support. They raised their prices by 15%. Not the greatest reaction from some of the neoclouds in the pre-market. We've got some pressure on, some of the optics and memory names, down 3.5% on MU, 12% on AOI after offering, SNDK down about 6%, Light down 5%, AEHR down 5, BE down 4. So, kind of seeing that continued weakness to start the week. And I think some of these crypto names, I'd love to see them build out. Again, that's not a prediction. That's, what would cause me to be most interested in is if we got some build out right here on something like Circle. If we got some build out on something like Coin or IBIT. Congratulations if you're involved. Like I said, the market's had me, a little bit backwards, a little bit late to recognize, I guess, the very, very quick thematic changes left and right. Um, So I want to see those consolidate. I think Circle is probably the one that I'm gonna watch consolidate the most. TEM in terms of the biotech or healthcare area that I'm gonna watch consolidate the most. And then I think primary focus. Really like this MDB. We were having a conversation in the chat that it's a little bit thinner this morning. We got position in RBRK at just above 96. Going to watch how this builds out into earnings. Net, I think, looks solid. We got a flat open on this morning. CrowdStrike earnings are going to probably indicate a lot of it. I think Amazon looks really good. HPE double inside days and a gap down. Watching 5150 and 5250. I think is very reasonable. You could do the same thing on this location on Dell. And then that's about it. Palantir inside day would be ideal. I still want this to shake out a little bit. I think this probably pretty quickly goes red to green at the open through 180. So might participate in that. I'm gonna send an alert about 176.50 on this is just kind of the top of that hourly base. 176.75 maybe. And if we kind of get a little morning lower wick into that spot would be really attractive. Or red
Yeah,
to green.
software is like the only group of my weekend scans that were like had a lot of names really set up coming into the week.
Yeah, there's a ton of them. I mean, you
I
can,
mean, you just look at IGV. I mean, it's just nice and tight at the 20 May after a big move. So,
yeah,
but
that's hot.
every other group is kind of just not really set up. But these names look pretty good if you're looking for somewhere to focus.
And that's pretty much the only focus I have right now. And then with the side ions, so what the impactful stocks of the market are going to do. What some of the more catalytic stocks are going to do. But yeah, I mean, IGV looks hot. ServiceNow looks hot. I might play this. To be honest, if we get a lower wick below 127, to turn around, ServiceNow I'd be interested in. Palantir, again, we went over that. Shopify, Twilio, 5N, Frog, RBRK, Net, MDB, Snow. I mean, that's really all we should be watching. Side eye on the cues, side eye on the video. There we go. Brocco, over to you in Louisiana this morning.
Yeah. Um, yeah. So software, software names look good. Those are what I see set up right now. Not sure I'm gonna take them. I do. I mean, I love like RBRK and stuff. I know they have earnings this week. But As far as other stuff that, was moving around last week, I mean, the rotation we saw last week is, kind of just continuing this morning with, tech down, semis down, crypto up, metals up, and stuff like that. I mean, the metals and crypto are just kind of short term, a little too far for me to kind of participate here. If they really set it up in a couple days if these continue straight up. I mean, there could be a good mean reversion short opportunity there for like a quick trade, cash flow trade or whatever. Just because I mean these are still well off highs and are going to run into heavy blocks of sellers on the way up. And they're going to need to kind of stair step their way up most likely. I really would prefer not to short them to be honest. I'd rather these set up and get tight. If you go study the 2022 lows, it's a pretty good precedent, I think, for kind of what to expect or the characteristics of maybe the price action to expect on a move like this. Um, and then, yeah, I kind of just want to sit and observe today, really, and just kind of get a lay of the land. I don't really think I have anything super actionable on my list. I mean, I see the maybe day trades in crypto stuff and whatever. Not really for me right now. So I'm just gonna kind of wait and see. We got a big support level on the Qs right here today. Um, like you said, I feel like I'm gonna get. I don't want to get too invested in the short-term fluctuations on the Qs. I feel like I was a little too much last week, to be honest. Every little move every day, I was kind of obsessing over. So I'm just gonna try to, wait till we got the big catalyst later this week, and see if stuff sets up into that. And that's kind of my plan for now. Um, but yeah, I think that's it. Some of the memory names, though, as far as semis are going to be interesting. I mean, if semis do come back into play and put in a higher low, I mean, S and EKMU could be, pretty sick. I know our morning newsletter thing we got had MU as like a top watch off this 20 MA spot. Does love those semis, though, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think I would.
It's funny. I love it.
I'm pretty sure that's something that I have to adjust. I think I weighted um those too heavily, like to always be like that.
You see the Zcash chart, dude?
Oh yeah, of
ZCSH.
course. I've still got Zcash, baby. I buy it
Damn,
every day.
dude.
New Bitcoin, you mean?
This thing's insane. Yeah, CYPH is the Zcash treasury stock.
Yeah, I got like 60 something little Zcash coins. Gonna take me to the promised land, Braco. I told you that. It's my moonshot.
Hey, dude, I mean, you never know. It's putting in the same breakout pattern as Ethereum in 2017, man. It's identical.
Yeah. People doubt it. They say there's no such thing as new Bitcoin. Bitcoin will be always be Bitcoin. I'm like, well, don't tell that to Zcash. Um, yeah, I think my primary watches are going to be this Palantir hourly and ServiceNow hourly. They're doing a CT scan. What is that? That's probably to check for kidney stones, right? Yeah. Okay. Keep an eye on this mags chart too, guys. By the way, sent alert at yesterday's high and yesterday's low. Because if it is yesterday's low, it's kind of like wedging up in a lower high. If it breaks yesterday's high, it's kind of just like this flag here. I think that'll be some good indication too. You could just watch Amazon. It's the most set up, right there. I want to take one more dive through broader list. Try nail it down. Yeah, frog looks hot too, man. Look at XBI or MDB. We're gonna have this SCCO. It's on day three. Inside day would be ideal. Over to Tian, good ring. Wayfair. Eli Lilly. Let's keep that in its spot. Du-du-du-du. Perfect. Tone. Find the video spot here. Video Palantir. All right. Frog, Palantir, and a video service now. Mongo Bongo. Um, Net HP. All right, let's go do what we do. That's the list. I'm sticking to it. Any questions? Mags over here.
All right, let's have a good week.
From where we poop from. Shop here. Twilio here. Turn the heater on. Watch the dailies, watch the hourlies. One good trade. A weakness on Palantir. Butterfly week into the HVC. SMH week. Service now flat. Dell red to green. MU heavy. $261 is Amazon previous day high. Yeah, Dell and HPE are strong at the open. Yeah, kind of a weak open on the Palantir.
Oh, a little bearish kicker on Palantir. Damn.
Same thing with that butterfly down 8%. Some strength in Google breaking previous day high. The butterfly is right at the HVC right now. Yeah, AMC, a little breakout out of this base. That's a clean look. IMAX strong too, breaking highs. Crowd got some strength. Yeah, crowd's got some strength. Good eye. Net still inside. AOI down 18%. Sandus down 9.
AOI on 18. Damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
AHR down 7. BE down 7. Light down 7. Marvell down 6. MBIS down 6. MU down 5. Palantir's down 4%. Most of my broader watch list of, essentially 100 names on here is 25 are green. They're all weird. Not even 25. 17. Yeah, Oscar, nice strength. Eli Lilly's red. Shops looking to curl and go red to green here. You got kind of a breakdown on AMD here. Oscar, super strong. Nice look.
PLTR is kind of interesting though, right here.
Yeah, no,
Like
I was
shaking
looking at
out all like the low a day stops on like the breakout buyers, you know? A lot of people probably had stops at that yesterday's low, I'd imagine. Oh. Mhm. Wow, SNEK down 10%.
if Palantir's curling up. You could take it against low a day here. It's not crazy reclaiming yesterday's low right now. Keep an eye on this butterfly too. Who wants to undercut the HVC? There's a 20 May right now. Shops red to green.
Yeah, I was gonna say when they popped, if Dell and HPE turned back down, they're probably mega shorts.
Gross. Yeah,
Nvidia filled
service
that
now.
gap.
5VN clean. Round tight. Net tight. Hey, good commentary on Dell, man. Yeah, AMD did exactly fit like that, huh? Looks like Trumpster just tweeted some shit. It's actually not a bad spot on GM there. I think he's tweeting about the Canadian tariffs or something.
Yeah. Oh, Nvidia getting nasty. Bit's been kind of pulling in since the open. He was just slicing through this gap.
Yeah, I sold my TQQ about 20 seconds ago. VIX, you got a big old Kingrish type candle. Fucking the
Dude,
greater.
it's so crazy because we've been comparing this to like the August correction in 24, where the like SMH rallied up into the 50-day and then turned back down and rolled over like a H pattern kind of.
Mm-hmm.
And we also had Nvidia earnings too at that same period. Crazy how that lines up. SMH filled the gap though.
It's a nasty candle on Dell and HPE. There we go, JJ. Oh, good. Candle on butterfly too. Wiz, I wonder if it's the start of the of a little delayed reaction. I'm not sure. Not a bad spot. 40 cents.
Course Carvana's green. Bastard.
Hmm. Frog looks good. Hey Siri, call Alyssa. I gotta call her. She just got a blood test. Be back.
SpaceX coming back down. Crypto stuff holding up pretty well. Mm.
What do you got there, Buckethead? If I'm a bull, I really want to see this net call premium begin to heal this week. Continue that period. Today's a little bit better, wouldn't you say? Little bit more in balance. Last time I saw that was like what is that, 817? Like right up there. Before a little bit of the, but that was kind of trending upwards. At least it, yeah. In call premium. It's just okay. AMC is doing like actually like a decent bit of volume. Am I crazy? Amazon's doing well over previous day high right now. into the 90 man. Mika, how you doing?
So Hawks through 500.
Tuesday, a new low. It's with Amazon up about 1.3% too, and Google up 0.7, and Meta up 0.2, and Microsoft up, and Netflix up. So SMH down. Okay, Hinge over previous day high. Goodbye. Good eye. Oscar's got a little upper wick. Frog taking out the opening price. Oh yeah, I stopped on a Carvana at my stop. Yeah. Yeah, service now is holding up well. Still an inside day. I was hoping it was going to come down to 127 flat. Palantir nice off the lows. Watch 261 on Amazon to be a retest of the VWAP and the previous day high. Yeah, Wayfair, nice oops. Yep.
I was bouncing that Palantir so far.
Oh, actually, Pelosi bought Bloom Energy. Yeah, it's a good spot, Jim Drew. So you're gonna reclaim that $9 spot. Yeah, isn't that weird, D-Marbs?
Got crypto names curling back to highs.
Mongo Bongo, nasty.
MU back below 900.
What's mRNA doing? Yeah.
This mag's getting tight.
Oh, AMD. Nasty. Mm. That's Wayfair is pretty clean. That book's great, JB. Hey, I brought it up before
Yes, you
after
did. You
after the
asked D-Marbs
earning.
about it, I remember.
I was listening to their earnings call and reading the transcript. And I've been tracking it like in the back of my head for one of those low impact or high impact unlikely things if they change around their RSUs and turn on the revenue spigot. We'll see. I like that Z Contrarian posted about it to significantly add confidence, I suppose. Yeah, these are all looking pretty gnarly. It's quite the decline on Intel 107 to 85 here. We'll say there's some good lessons in wedging up versus wedging down that we can highlight. Negative net call premium accelerating lower. Yeah, keeping the service now on the list throughout the week. Hey Blake, if Dell HPE are doing what they're doing, I don't know if this SMCI is gonna be able to do it. Circle getting back above VWAP, nice tight day. Amazon's right at previous day high right now, a little upper wick. Still tough out there, guys. No change. Landmines. I feel like that one GIF. That one. Crowd, upper wick, back green to red. We have to close out this rubric. I'm up a buck on it. Not gonna have anything to hold in the earnings. Yeah, I saw that TT or Grand Theft Auto is gonna have a premiere or preview on Netflix um on Tuesday or Thursday.
Hmm.
I added some to BFLY. Trading us on the weekly chart. If you pull up the weekly right here,
Look good.
might need one more week into the 9 week, 8 week, 10 SMA, whatever you want to use. I would try to watch the weekly on it, mixed with the daily, just because you have to, because of the range. But at the 20 May, I nibbled some um on this day when I posted that. Oops, it was like eight. I don't know, 860 something. UMAC nasty. A little lower wick on this ALI. Oof, man, you gotta really hate yourself to try to trade that, don't you? I love how positive you are all the time, Big Ben. Very inspired. Nah, I feel you though, bro. I do. Bitcoin's at high day, same with Ethereum, same with VIX. Yeah, Visa, MasterCard, 2 AMT. Palantir's back below view app. Amazon still upper wicks, man. Yeah, I saw NMAX consolidated post earnings. So 707.50 is that fall through day low, gap up low, by the
Yeah,
way.
did you see Flanders' tweet?
No, what he said.
He posted about that. He like I don't know, used Perplexity or whatever, and found like a study on the follow through day going
Hmm.
back to like the early 1900s or something. And I think that it said when the index closes below the low, the follow through day fails in 97% of cases, meaning we go break the swing low before the follow through day, the start of the rally attempt. I think that's what I got from it. It's hard to imagine though, because it feels like the last few years, 97% of follow through days have worked.
No
Kind
kidding.
of crazy. Bucket, I think it said that when the index is closed below the low of the follow through day, there's a 97% chance, historically speaking, that it fails and breaks the low that started the rally.
Well, it doesn't say that it breaks the swing low, like the established low there.
Oh, it doesn't? Okay.
Mm-mm. Yeah, like I mean, if we close here, I would consider this uptrend. Uh.
Well, I only said that because I actually then looked up from like Webster and O'Neill, and they said that a failed follow through day does not mean when it closes below the follow through day, but when the rally low is broken.
Okay.
But maybe there's a certain percentage like size rally where like, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like if we're trading down at 665 on the Qs, are we really going to be, you know what I mean?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Like
So
you're
there's
going
probably
for.
some like in spirit kind of, gut feel.
Yeah, like I mean,
Oh, so yeah, you
don't
said Webby said that if you close below the low, you're going to test that swing low 90% of the time.
really interesting.
Dude, the amount of studies those guys have done throughout the years is just so crazy.
Oh, it's remarkable.
Like Webby's probably looked at charts more than everyone in this Discord combined.
Webby is probably a top five most studied market participant out there. Mm, that know of.
Yeah, I don't know anyone who's studied market history more than him, to be honest. I don't think so. I can't tell you how many times I've DM'd him to come on for a workshop.
Mm.
Maybe one day.
Yeah, 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 yeah. That's what I was. I watched it. I'm kind of feeling like I didn't retain much of the information, unfortunately. Um, so I'm glad you're here to bring clarity to that, Pato.
Yeah, because you're what, cooking with the easy bake oven?
Uh, yeah. Um, Yeah, then you'd use probably just classic remount of the like Webby trend to change checklist type stuff, upside reversal or remount of the, yeah, yeah. Yeah. That would be what, yeah. Okay. So basically watching the same spots that we've been watching, waiting for the market to do what it's going to do. Yeah. It's interesting because you look at the SPY, looks solid.
Dude, look at the ZCSH chart. Oh my gosh. That is just beautiful. Huh.
New Bitcoin, you mean?
Yeah, it's just easier to say Zcash.
Airbnb continues to be strong. Chime continues to build out.
Mm.
That is classic BE man rev too, by the way. It's kind of similar to where it was around here. Be remarkable if it's able to do that again. Martin just undercut the lows again. Previous day low. Mm. Could use live, I suppose. Wait, 15 then. Mongo Bongo after 20 man.
Eastman Kodak.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The per-
Damn, dude, you had RDTI at 177.
Yeah, bro.
Oh my God. What? That's insane.
That was such a sick entry.
That is crazy. What day was that? 11/22. Damn. What a time that was.
What day was it?
11/22. Gapped up like 60% the next day.
Yeah, that was pretty fun.
Damn, per ripper off the lows. Wow. Q's gonna do that little hammer by the end of the day. Goes back above.
Gotta learn on Twilio.
Chime just got some volume.
So what did you find out? It's just in the past couple hours versus 2 hours. They're all good, dude. All right, I gotta go.
Okay.
All right. There you go, Palantir. I got back some TKQQ. I sold at Lowe's through the VWAP. I got 68, 68.60. I posted on my channel. I'm giving an update on everything I got. Um, I'm a sucker for a 20-minute pivot and undercut MAs. What can I say? Palantir would have 173. It was
PLTR
nice.
starting
It's a
to
new,
speed up. Sorry.
but it was nice. It's a new trade. I got to define stop. MDB, you should buy that 400 stop.
PLTR's getting going.
I do like Lyft long term. I still like Uber too, by the way. I still actually hold Uber for the past 2 years in one of my accounts. From back on this capitulation, I can't remember what it was. I think it was Bill Ackman something. And God, this was just December 20. This is like summer 24, maybe. I mean, it hasn't gone anywhere. Um, so I mean, it's been shit. Where was it? Yeah, right here from $60 down here. Oh, my wife's got a big ass kidney stone. She's staying there for a little bit. In case you were wondering about my wife's urine. I don't know
Yeah,
why
we
you would be
appreciate the
wondering.
updates.
But
We appreciate the updates. What do they do about that?
nothing. You just pass it and deal with the
Dog.
pain. Yeah, dude, she's a tough chick too. And she was bawling. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck is going on?
She does seem really tough.
She is. I've seen that woman give birth and say, that wasn't so bad. I don't know what these bitches are talking about. No joke. That's a direct quote.
Unreal. That's great.
Yeah, she's ruthless. Anyways, that was the most pain I've ever seen her in. Really? Dang. I've always heard they're bad. I probably should have them with the amount of with the way that I eat and the coffee and stuff. I drink a ton of water though. Anyways, whatever. Back to the market. Yeah, no, so far, reroute to the VWAP, nice little pivot. I like that. Cohen, Amazon off the VWAP, retested the previous day high there, 271. Let's take a look at intraday action. Little angle to the dangle underneath there, reclaim. Good look. Yeah, I'm okay. That's good. I like that. Do we have any biotech experts in here besides Zen and Booch? This KURA looks nice. Nothing, man. Rev. BKTX. Is it going higher? Oof. All right. I account will yeah, there's my alert. Perfect.
Nice.
Yeah, I like it, Wiz. I looked into it a little bit. I looked into REPL this weekend too. This one's super risky. KURA seems a little bit more I don't know if safer is the right word. IGV inside day back above the 90 MA, back above the opening price. You guys think of LabVIEW here after 90 MA? Weekly should just have this off the 50 day. PTIR. What an entry, dude.
No way.
Ah,
No way. Dude, holy shit. Yeah, you can. For sure.
Pradeep.
Dude, I mean, I'm gonna have to prepare for this more than anything. Any other workshop.
Yeah, no kidding. Pradeep got back to Manrev. And
He said he'd like to
and
come do a session with us.
yeah, you'd like to come on.
Stock B, the legend.
That is crazy. Let's go. That's gonna be
All-time top workshop right there. That's gonna be, dude. I can I just get to talk to him. That's crazy.
that's so dope.
And I don't know, besides like the Trader Line like conferences, like nobody really interviews him ever. Like I don't know if I've really seen other interviews with him. He kind of just does his own content, so it'd be cool.
He's been doing lot more stuff over the past year or so. A lot more educational content. I mean, not like he stopped, but it's like seems like revamping a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. By the way, greatest Twitter bio in history.
Yeah, no kidding.
My profile is protected by the Zulu dick shrinking curse.
What a goofball.
I mean, this is like the guy Kulmagi learned from, you know,
Yeah.
which is pretty cool. Scotland as well,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah. He's probably one of the most, if not the most, impactful trading educators in momentum swing trading. What you got?
Wow. Dude, if you want like shit, I mean get Manrev on that workshop, dude.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like you and Manrev should run it. I'll just listen, dude. I'll just listen and take notes.
This circle's acting pretty solid. Circle and TEM, I really want to keep on my list. TM's a little bit weak this morning, but inside day. I keep thinking about
CRCL reminds me of something. I'm trying to
uh,
What were you saying, mRNA?
I keep wondering if this is going to be just a distraction. I'd prefer this wedge down for a few more days, basically 1 or 2 more days, and I'd be willing to at least try it like down there more.
Yeah. You're are you scared she's gonna do like one of those forever flags?
Yeah, like a drug, like what drug did.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I get what you mean. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
That one big. Uh,
Jesus.
that's what I'm saying, Bobo. Thank you.
Jeez. Dude, I can't believe we're gonna get stock beat. Wow, that's like crazy. I DM'd him once, but I must have never saw it.
That's so exciting.
Dude, he's been around forever, bro. Talk about experience.
What a privilege. Mm-hmm. What do you got there, Buckethead? Uh, Be nice to see that accelerate into the close. That would bring some confidence, I think, don't you think? Well, no, the like a bull cross later. It would nice to see net call premium. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, net call premium increase and then net put premium come back below zero and kind of trend down if we got a reversal of that. Or at least a change of that trend versus just flatlining midday. I don't want it to flatline midday. I'd like to see that go back. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. I'm just more intrigued as to how it ends up playing out into the throughout the week. Just scanning through stuff.
Mhm, mhm.
Is that Shep? Is that the AV up off highs? Like the 120K one? 126K, I suppose.
Yeah, I bet it's like just very close to the all-time high interview ever right now,
Gotcha.
like $1
Interesting.
away.
Interesting. The circle's at high day right now. High GB at high day. Dude, this KURA is kind of a hot chart. Damn. Yeah, whatever.
Mhm, mhm.
Oh yeah.
This is the coolest thing ever.
So cool. Luge, did you just refer to yourself as a previous semi-truther? That's wild. Hmm, no. Yeah, really nice inside there. Hey, one thing to watch, guys. Watch his RSP if this is wedging up. That'd be no bueno.
Mhm.
Yeah, that SXT Chartmaster. It's a chemical name. Yeah, nasty candles in DRAM today. Spy. I'll go accused back to the view up.
Man, that ETHU was clean on August 19th. It's so similar actually to the setup that we traded it on back in July last year. The only difference is that last year it had previously made like a much larger like linear move up before the base, and then also it
Mm-hmm.
had like a rising 200 day that it broke out through on like the entry day kind of.
Every if I come back down, I'm back right on it actually.
MPUSAR. Ugh, no, thank you.
Dude, Boeing went from looking like a nice flag to being
Yeah, I know. I looked at that earlier.
unreal. Oh my God.
Classic. Dude, AVA's at 1678?
Yeah. Oh yeah. AVA is another
What?
one that looks just
Oh
like
my
this.
God, dude, that thing got destroyed.
What was I buying this at? I added to it at like 23 something.
Holy.
Yeah, right here. Oof. BBAI. The good old days. Hey, what about this compass? This is a nice little candle. It's doing that undercut into 13 for you shroom taking hippies
Literally
out there.
identical chart to Frog.
Um,
Dude, it is. Put them side by side.
okay, yeah, it is. You're right. I don't know why I dotted the goat.
They're not similar at all, though, right? They're two completely different things.
Yeah.
Damn, they look really similar.
Mm. I talked about TTAN in the video last night. I traded this back here in September of last year. Kind of right as the market was, getting hard. And it failed this flag. And Jay put this back on the radar back here when it was getting back through $80 and remounting the 200 day. Now it's kind of wedging up here. And I think this is one that we watch for shakeouts into $90 and the 20 May, or I think $88 is this level. Yeah, $88 basically. Because if you pull up like Reddit, kind of reminds me of some of these moves, like right here, how it's wedged up a little bit and then shook out into that spot, or even down here when it like wedged up, and this one never shook out, this just kind of accelerated higher into earnings, but um one that I'm certainly tracking. Oh, nice job getting, yeah, dude, that's exciting, isn't it? Frog, nice. I don't know, guys. Market's not much easier. I'll say. Ugh. Shout out to people if they're killing it. Good job. Man, I did what I wanted to do today. It was just if Palantir gets an undercut into that support level to buy it.
Yeah, that was the main stock you talked about this morning.
Service now, I'm not gonna lie, I had a little bit more focus on service now. Um, Glad this didn't come into my spot. Was being pretty picky about where I wanted it. And Palantir ended up coming in like further than expected at the open. Like I was watching this like basically immediately because after the opening bell, this came into that, zone that we'd been talking about basically since actually no, we were talking about 168 down here, which still would be ideal. Um, we'll see. We'll see. Every time I've tried to buy Palantir, the market has gone to absolute dog shit. So, just saying. Semi SMH hasn't closed below its 20-week MA. Is that right? SOX has not closed below the 20-week exponential moving average
Yeah, I posted that a few weeks ago since the tariff crash.
since the tariffs.
Dude, it is so hard not to look at what is on your screen right now and not think of like ARC mid 2021.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. That just looks nuts. I mean, it went even more vertical than ARC as far as like its angle of the move. Just crazy. Hey, don't worry. I said the same thing, I think, about the semis at the end of
back here.
2024. Well, I guess we were right for a little bit when we were talking about it looking like a big stage four top after they
Hmm.
lagged in like 2024 near the second half. We were right for 3 weeks.
I mean, it came down 40% off of highs.
Yeah. Or instead, try this. You want to see something crazy? This is the best precedent. Leave that socks up, and on the right side, put up comp QX and scroll on a weekly chart all the way back to the 90s. That is like remarkably similar. Just in the way it kind of like stair stepped and surfed
Hmm.
the moving averages and then just blasted off in like a linear move, you know? I mean, that's crazy. Those look like the same chart, except I mean the Nasdaq had a way bigger of a kind of first pullback.
Yeah.
But that's crazy. Isn't that crazy? Mainly the front side of the move, how similar it looks.
Hmm.
Hmm. Yeah, probably Charm looks really good. Kind of reminds me of like Nav N a little bit. Like that it might just kind of like grind like that, you know? MMED. Oh yeah, it is. Wow. Yeah.
Manrad's the CEO of CONL. He used to be, at least. I don't know if he still is.
I was when I was working on the website last night, I was watching some old Komagi streams just because they're kind of fun to throw on in the background when you're just kind of like chilling or whatever. And I happened to just click on like a random stream from like August 2020, and he was like shitting on day traders, and someone in the chat was like go check out like Short Bear on Twitter. And he was like, who is this guy? And he went and like looked him up for the first time. And Short Bear at the time was up like 10 million on the year so far, day trading small caps.
Hmm.
And Kumagi was kind of impressed, and it was just kind of cool. He was scrolling through his Twitter. It was like that was back when he was like alerting in like Matt Az's room and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
it was so cool. Kumagi's like, damn, this guy's 10 years younger than me, and he's made more than half of what I made. Unacceptable. I gotta step it up. It's so crazy in the streams hearing him talk so casually about being up like 40 million on the year. And then it makes sense in his chapter when he talks about like how it just felt like a video game and like that it wasn't even real anymore. Yeah, his old Short Bear used to keep track of the hours that he studied in his bio. It was like 12,300 or something.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know
And
that.
then yeah, Komagi was like said, if anybody's gonna make it, it's gonna be this guy. Look at this. And he went through all his tweets and he ended up becoming a market wizard.
Yeah, they're in the same book together. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Do you have that clip or the stream? I'd love to watch that.
Uh-huh.
Mhm. Good work on that, man, Rev. BE's going green. That's such a man Rav look right there.
Yeah. I just scrolled past a part in the one of his streams trying to look for it, and he said Head and Shoulders is the worst pattern ever.
Who said that?
Huh?
Komagi said that?
Yeah, that's funny.
The GOAT.
God, where is it?
People think I just make these things up. I don't.
There you go. Sent it. Save it for later. You can bookmark it in the Discord now. It's pretty cool. Market popping a little bit.
Might have to go pick up Alyssa. I don't know if she's gonna be able to drive. They loaded her with some drugs, I guess.
Oh yeah.
I told her just to stay there. I'm surprised they didn't put her on a 72-hour hold, to be honest. But she laughed at that joke. She thought it was funny. Wow, at the ask. Unreal. Slower work on X speed, B fly, not too much. Yeah, I agree.
Hmm.
We're right at the opening highs on this Palantir, 177.40. Nice lower wick so far. Kind of a goofy candle. Looking at the weekly, it'd be fine if this, worked its way. That's kind of why I wanted this like 168-ish spot, which still might happen. Let this weekly kind of play out. Mm. Oh yeah, I forgot. Minavini was throwing a fit on that. That he
Yeah.
said that the voting was rigged.
Yeah.
He was screaming, "Stop the count!" He said something about mail-in ballots coming in from. I
From
don't
fucking
know.
Sweden.
Yeah, from Sweden. Oh, he lost his mind. He's lost his.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
bookmarking that.
that's
Oh, that's
good.
good. Oh my God. Unreal. I wish Kamagi, dude. Oh, you gotta tweet that, bro. Tag him. He'd probably laugh, I guarantee it.
Kawagi would laugh. Minavini would
Oh,
probably
no,
block
Kamagi
you.
would laugh if you tagged him. I bet he would comment. Oh, that's so funny.
Minavini would probably let us know that he's made millions over the past 40 years. Which, again, respects. His VCX is pushing a little bit, guys. It's at Anthropic, private. It's like the DXYZ of this year.
Oh, I got.
Good action on Qs so far. Mid-morning remounting. If you look at intraday here, came back in, held the view app. That's good behavior. Pushing towards, mid-afternoon highs. Um, I know, me too, Andrew. That's why I always have um some YOLO accounts. Q's just reclaimed the follow-through day low, by the way.
Yeah, and the AV WAP from that low. We're trying to close.
Where's that at?
Like a dollar higher, maybe. Only makes sense we reclaim after we were talking about failed follow through day stats and comparing the socks to the comp of 90, 99.
Oh, completely taunting the market. I love it.
Yeah, that was the point.
I posted GM and Deer this weekend too. I'm doing all I can, guys.
Yeah. Damn, what a move on BE.
I was gonna post Delta Airlines too. Circle just got a little. Oh yeah, crypto pulling back a little bit. Well, I just went on Twitter and saw for QQQ losing follow through day low post. I mean,
Mm,
rightfully so.
yeah.
USI's new 7.5% tariff on China. It's a new headline. Actually seems pretty mild, considering the fact that he had previously said 100%. Damn, Wiz, look at this KURA go, man. Instacart, nice candle today. Carvana doing. Google strong. Amazon strong. Mags over previous day high right now. 708.52 is previous week low on Qs. It's going to be interesting to watch another period of little push pull action in the market.
Got
Nice
some crypto
circle.
names pulling in a little bit.
Yeah. Hey, Net's at high a day. I forgot about this one.
It's Oxo pretty steady off the lows. Dude, I was bored and I watched Lance's video talking about do ICT's concepts actually work?
I saw that. Was it good?
It was just so funny. Like I don't really know like anything about ICT or the guy or whatever. And he was talking about like what background we know about him. And he claims that he was like kidnapped by like top Wall Street executives and like forced to create the algorithm that like runs the whole market. It was so funny. It was a good video though. I mean for, beginners and stuff, like I mean really good information. Oh, I just thought it was so funny. Kidnapped.
Nice pushing on the cues here. Coming up into the opening price. Opening price is 709.49. We just reclaimed previous week low.
Wow, BE engulfed.
Why? I'll be right back. Everything that open so far, huh? And my old man bought Intel at 86. QMCO, yeah, it looks great. Hoff, it looks great. It's, I mean, it's sketchy. This is probably like a zero, but when in Rome. Yeah. He's not even talking about the best part of this.
Comment, bro. Let him know.
Do you know that Snap's market cap is about 8 billion? And in 2013, so 13 years ago, Meta offered to buy them for 20 billion cash.
Really?
13 years ago.
That's before Snap was public.
That was before Snap was public, yeah. And Evan Spiegel turned it down. Um, and since then, Zuckerberg and him have had quite the uh, background feud, if you will.
Yeah.
Um, and Zuck basically just copies all of their innovations. Um, Let me confirm my numbers are correct. Hold on. Oh, sorry, 6 billion. 6 billion. So yeah, essentially what they're currently at. Um, yeah, 6 billion. Sorry. I know I wanted to confirm it. So basically, that assumes zero growth since 2013. And as you just saw from that post, they're growing their revenues at 13 or 18%, 19%. They're cutting costs by 16%. What a great reply to someone. Imagine a genie appears and tells you that you can ask two questions, and your first question is, "Why do I only get two?" Nice little work on mRNA. Not. It's gonna be an interesting week, folks. Hmm. It's a lot.
It said every button created its own version. Yeah.
Thanks, Kim.
Market's getting a little jumpy here. TLT, spike.
Yep. Something's going on.
Looks like some Besant comments, maybe.
Still going. Yeah, see.
What, TLT?
Hmm.
Hmm. Yeah, TLT looks like it's trying to carve out a little big little bottom down here.
Robin Hood Legend is very laggy, man. I agree. When I use Robin Hood, I just use my phone most of the time.
What's Robinhood Legend?
It's their advanced charting platform.
Hasn't that been out for a while?
Yeah. Is it? What's it at right now? 142. Nice recovery on this. Oh, 130 flat was the low.
Hmm.
Some guy commented on my BA post. Said, every book I've read is very clear that every pattern can fail. My bad. I was just
Jeez,
making a joke.
dude.
I was just making a
Chill,
joke.
man. Chill.
Just having some good old fun. Me too, Beeb. I won a badminton tournament in high school. Me and Paul. I probably shouldn't say his last name on here. Yeah, whatever. He's a good guy. Irish dude. That's what I said, isn't it? Oh, there's an N in there. I see. Badminton. All right, listen. Who the hell says that? Nobody. That's who. Dude, Compass. Accused of.
Hmm.
Aluminium. Is that how you pronounce it? Aluminium? Nice trender on this Airbnb. Why are we hating on the Brits? I mean, I'm game. I don't really need any. Any motivation to it, I'll do that any day. Man, what are they gonna do? Mongo bongo, not much of a bounce here. We'll roll into the mid morning. Damn. Any situational awareness this morning, man, Rav, with those that focus. Well done.
Q's back above that anchored VWAP.
Yeah, reclaim some big levels.
Might go
Just
make
now
new highs on the day here.
previous week low, follow today low, anchored VWAP. Next, I think, is just the 9 EMA right there. Oh, it's on the week. Sorry. Oops. Next is a 50 and the 20 up there, about 714. Or not, or just completely bail and come back lower. So these damn push pull rotation every other fucking day, man. Yesterday's heroes, today's villain. Every other day. Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting, let me tell you. It's interesting. Where are you going? Why? Yeah. You're nuts. Why? All right. See what I see. You pick up the kid, you want me to? You're nuts. That chick's insane. She's going into work right now after just getting out with fucking kidney stones.
Alyssa?
Yeah.
Is that who you were just talking to?
Yeah.
No way. That's crazy. What the fuck?
What a psycho.
Oh my God. That is
Just-
crazy.
Her exact quote was, "If you didn't want to marry the baddest bitch around, you shouldn't have picked me." I was like, all right, whatever. I'm not even gonna try to mess with you.
Jesus.
That was a direct quote. I learned not to even argue with that. It's- Yeah, for real. I know she's not wrong. Psycho. What are you guys' thoughts on the market if we hammer here today in an ideal world? Um, Essentially a new line in the sand, an upside reversal. As of right now, I'm looking at this as an upside reversal. I got TQQQ, I got Palantir today. Got BFLY position. We got RBRK. I've got some Micron still. So I don't know. I would say how I would look at it is a hammer, an upside reversal, yet to be decided or confirmed by this week's catalyst, and a new line in the sand. Um, I mean, I
Yeah, I
don't know what
agree. I mean,
else.
to me, this looks like a potential low on the pullback to me.
Yeah, and then you compare SPY with with this candle, not quite a perfect retest of all-time highs at 760, just above that, just tapping the 20 MA. I think you know, I think the market not immediately goes from from guilty to innocent, but more innocent than it was, yeah, this morning. We're gonna need the 20 MA and the 50 SMA soon. And I don't want it to be slow. I don't want it to just like drift up here and grind into the 50 because then you can just hit a lower high and then go lower. Like that's still a possibility. How we react to the 20 MA up there. That's still a possibility.
Q's just reclaimed last week's low. And that Soxel did that thing again, right? Where like every time it marked a low during that downtrend in July, the day would start off with like semis just bidless for like 30 minutes. Like
Mm-hmm.
literally just bidless. And then they'd like base and rally a bit into the close. And then it would gap up the next day. And that'd be like a little low.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I'm holding shit loosely in my mind. And just trying to take one good trade at a time. I mean, TQQQ, 30-minute pivot on a lower wick into a very make or break scenario with clear defined stop. Last time I got in this, I was wishy-washy about my stop, which I don't think I've managed a trade like that in quite some time. Um, and got back in at the 30-minute pivot, 68.60. Low day stop, 67.90. So that's 70 cents a risk. Up $1.10 so far. I mean, I could probably move my stop to break even here. So okay, that's a good trade. That's a good repeatable trade. But 5 red days in a row into gap support, slightly undercut that gap support, and then start to hammer. Oh, that's super repeatable for me. And then, same thing. This Palantir is more the kind of exposure type of buy, clear relative strength name. I didn't like the gap down and like bearish kicker, so I sat there for a while thinking like, okay, well, do I wait for tomorrow to come into this? And at that point, I'd already planned to stop out of TQQ. I'm like, and God, I'm gonna hate myself if I stop out of this, and then I'm sitting there left with nothing as we turn around. So I'm like, okay, well, let's try this, getting more mental leeway to sell that TQQ, and then seeing this start to work, and then seeing TQQ 30-minute pivots, like, okay, you can try that. Even though again, still 185 or 165 would be ideal. Um, Seeing Manrav talk about the wedging down on BE and posting the wedging down on A Lab, talking about not being overly bearish here or whatever. I mean, I've traded with Manrav for every single day for almost 5 years now, I guess, and 4 years now. I'm not sure exactly how long it's been. So, I'm personally also able to really see that and know exactly what he's, thinking and seeing. Obviously, they're all not, it's not going to work, but, in conjunction with, some things like that is added confidence for me too. Um,
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's the main reason why I haven't really wanted to short anything was because of Manrav talking about those higher lows with like, I mean, if he is right, I mean, the Qs are into a huge support area, so it makes sense if it ends up working, right?
yeah. Yeah, it was just yesterday's low, Blake. At like 172, what was it 172.50? Yeah, 172.50. Um, and undercutting that low. Bracco, I mean, on Zoom said, yeah, there's all those low day, stops from Friday, getting stopped out. And then I'm like, why the hell is this down 6%? I'm like, you're telling me people on Monday aren't going to be willing to come in and try to buy some things. So like, okay, well,
Yeah, I mean, if I bought a
173.
Friday, that's where my stop would have been, you know.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, if I got stopped, I probably would have bought it back if it turned back up. So you have that too.
And then also in my head, by the way, so for me, that's the ideal buy. I know this is the breakout here on Friday and through the inside day, like 176, 176.50 or 180. But to me, that's the higher low at the 90 MA right there. And that low is 169.77. I actually wanted that to get swept, right? That's why we were talking about this 168 zone right here. And we were talking about this 165 zone right here. Um, but I'm like, okay, if I buy here at 163, 173, it's also essentially like I bought Wednesday. If I bought Wednesday, I'd be happy. If I
Yeah,
bought 170,
around the same price area too, probably, or close to it. I don't know.
yeah. Yeah, so let's look at the hourly on Wednesday, which is 819. What is that? 819. I would buy probably, here's a 30-minute. 172.50 would be my trigger through the VWAP through the 30-minute high right there with a 169.77 stop. So it's essentially that's the trade, and I do that in my head too. Be like, okay, where's the ideal buy day? And if I miss it, buy it again. Okay. I can't pick your brain. Yeah, I'm bait. Pato, me too, by the way. So, um, you're good. Bought TQQ August 13 over prior day high, 25% position. So August 13. Yeah, that's fine, man. I'd prefer these days more the retest versus the breakout because before I read the rest of your message, um, because stop defining, um, you and your stop are in charge right there. Market slash momentum defining time and market are in charge. So that's part of ways that all mentally that I think a lot of breakout traders get frustrated and why sometimes I'll be, calmer. And that was one of my problems with stopping out here because it didn't quite give me that stop defining spot. And technically, I should have waited for that to even buy it first because here is a clear stop defining candle, right? Okay, let me read the rest of that. Got stopped 15 minutes into the gap down. I'm guessing right there. So like a 3% loss, maybe a little bit more. Gap down and did not buy back today. Yeah. Bought TQQ Friday end of day. Yeah. Risking low day. I know. Keep buying and getting stopped over and over again. Um, um, you know, one thing I do know what you mean. It's like not, it's yeah, 100%. Uh, like for me, for example, from where I sold it to where I bought it, it's essentially the same trade. Like, let's be honest, right? It just makes me feel better. Um, no, but that's a good point. It's hard to say yeah, buy it again because you probably shouldn't. I didn't buy this one. So the only difference essentially between me and you is I didn't buy that one. And I tried it here and then stopped here and then rebought here. Right? Or whatever the lines are. Um, Similar price on different days. Yeah. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I see what you're saying. Friday versus here. Yeah. So for me, this is like the second buy on this to where it does it again down at 697 on Thursday or Friday. I'm probably not going to buy it. Like, let's say it does that. Then you get a buy signal like that. Probably won't. Um, yeah, I don't know if I have the best. No, no, it's not confusing. I just don't have any mega wisdom to impart on I just don't have I guess um a suggestive answer or major insight. And I don't mind saying I don't know sometimes instead of bullshitting an answer. So I guess this is one of those price scenarios. Um and we'll see scenario. We'll see.
Hmm.
Yeah, I agree, Beeb. Right? Penis in between us, I think is what you meant. I don't want to. Yeesh. Dude, I was looking at these on whatever day that they did the intervention. Right here, I'm like, ooh, this looks like a kicker candle to remount the 50. Then I end up closing weak. And that's kind of back to looking like shit.
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
Jeez. Yeah, financial. Weren't financials ripping in 2021? Dude, look at the range on this IBM since the middle of May. What the hell?
Crazy.
50% up, 28% down, 30% up, 35% down. Hey, NBIS back above the open. I'm typing something up right now. Basically, the other one I'm watching right now is Mongo Bongo, HPE and Dell, and TEM and mRNA. About it.
Good list.
Throw a hood in there, maybe circle. And then that what that also gives me even a Lily. That also gives me Patrick. If these don't work, what the fuck are you doing right now?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, I know. First off, Pato, if you were, you should. If there's ever crap that you know I love a good conversation. And anyone who's not anyone who's willing to um question and seek more curiosity is going to have a significant probability of succeeding over someone who's just like, oh, okay, that sounds good. For example, the conversation we are having earlier about Kwamagi and Short Bear, and how Kwamagi said this guy's got studied 8,000 hours in the market, where he was constantly updating Short Bear on his Twitter bio, 8,500 hours studied in the market. Um, and
It
Kwamagi
was
saying that's
16,000 hours, by the way.
the 16,000.
Yeah.
Gotcha. It's a lot of hours. And then Komagi saying, "See, that's a guy that's going to make it. That's the work required of someone who's going to make it." Um, right? They're not just listening. You know what I mean? This is trench work, right? That's the quote from Dan Zanger too. Spend a few dozen years in the whatever the hell, I forget the experience a few dozen years in the hellfire of the market, and you learn not to stick your hand in, or something like that. Um, Sorry, I didn't even finish reading the full thing. I was expressing my frustration for the right person. Yeah, and first off, me too. Um, I typed up that I hadn't you know, I don't know if I've been like loosey goosey like that on a position that hadn't yet proven itself or given me a cushion. Like I'll do that on like um like a winning trade, especially one that I'm looking at for a good move. Like Dell here, at the 428 entry. Which is where is that? Right there. And this stop, push up into 515 and then pull back in, and then ultimately sell it for, 440s or whatever I sold it for. The remaining part of it. Like I'll do that on a winning trade to where my worst case scenario is more money than I had before the stock was in my account. Like I'll do that. And maybe it's wrong to look at, things like that. I know people often look at their brokerage accounts and consider drawdown from where they saw it highest. I forget what the phrase is for that, but there's a statistical phrase for that, or maybe it's specifically trading. Let me actually find it. Um, I'll find the exact language that this is referred to. Um, MFE and MAE are what the abbreviations are. Let me go and Google that. MFE and MAE, which is maximum adverse excursion and maximum favorable excursion. Um, Anyways, I don't know how that's relevant right now. Just interesting concepts to understand. Um, to where, right, people might look at this, and I guess different ways of framing it are 514 to, let's just say 440. Another way of looking at it is 428 to 440. Right? If you get the charts off the screen here, let's get the charts off the screen. Pretend there's not moving averages there. And I tell you, how about this 428? I sold at 440. Pretend there's no moving averages there either. What do you think? You're like, oh, you made 12 bucks.
Yeah, I see it now.
So the charts on the screen, all I can see, and if I'm looking at my account, all I feel is 514 to 440. Anyways, and technically the statistical I think it's actually just trading. I don't think it's our maximum um so the 514 would be the maximum favorable excursion, the highest unrealized profit or peak price run up in your favor before the trade was exited. And then maximum adverse excursions, the largest unrealized loss or deepest price dip against your position while the trade was active. So it'd be like, um, yeah, this would be the MFE versus MAE. Anyways, interesting concepts to understand. Um, I don't know where this was going. But in reality, if you look at this, TQQQ trade and why I was a little bit okay with giving it room. I mean, 72 was it 72.60 entry. I don't even know what price I stopped at. I'm pretty sure I stopped at like 78, like 78.60, pretty much my exact entry. So, let's say I'm sorry, 68. Let's just say 68.60 stop. Okay, so $4 loss. I mean, how many times have you looked at NBIS and taken, $6 or $7 loss on this and it been fine, or even a 4% loss on like a Dell or something. Not insane. So in the grand scheme of things, I was okay giving a little bit of wiggle room. So in terms of like the math of the trade and all that stuff, like I'm not too beaten up about it or upset. But in terms of the execution and the um preparedness for it, that is what frustrates me more so, right? It's like if you um like if you're pitching and you get the win, but you had, 7 walks and gave up 5 runs, but your team won, 7-6. Except for in this case, you don't win, you lost. Are you happy? Sure. But are you really? Um, but now why I like it here, and again, this isn't uh this is where I think this is going to go. This is going to be low, and then we're going up to 85, and the keys are going to go all the time. No, it was. I'm going to be looking at the market. There's stocks on my watch list that I'm interested in, from ServiceNow to Snowflake to MongoBongo to Net to CrowdStrike to um Dell to HPE, Shopify, Twilio, Amazon, Google, Microsoft. Um, Eli Lilly, TEM, Circle, Hood, right? List all those. So, most of those are not at buy spots for me. The TQQQ this morning, after stopping me out, if I don't have a position in it, defined a low, gave a 30-minute pivot, clean inside candle, and then turned back through VWAP, retested the 30-minute pivot to the penny, and held. All while undercutting the fall through day low into gap support, reclaiming that fall through day low, reclaiming the anchored VWAP, and potentially reclaiming that maze if the market follows through. Enough of a stop defining location and trade for me to um risk 70 cents. Not like a support level. No, 65 EMA. Whatever. I haven't really. I've just done. Barely just looked at it essentially. Um, but no, not really. Like I said, if I had to list the most likely path on this, being mindful that we've got, Catalyst this week, I would say 715 rejection. Wouldn't be surprised to see that. Pop up to 722. That'd be nice. Even something like this would be sweet. Who knows? But now I've got it, clear cut to where after this, I don't have to ask questions about the market. I don't have to really hypothesize too much. That's enough clarification from you. Kind of like Manrav's BE trade. Yeah, I know he likes these wedging down and higher low against some very clear definitive spots. For him, he's got the 200 SMA. He's got the wedging down and he's got the higher low versus the um, July low. But more importantly, what he's got is clear defined stop. Presence of buyers, aka oops. Reclaiming the open, reclaiming previous day low. Wedging down. Again, clear definitive stop. Sells, 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 sells. Sellers slowing down. Sell, aka wedging down, right? Buyers stepping in. It's like almost like a boomerang, right? You throw a boomerang. It's going, going, going. Fastest here, fastest here. Turns. I'll have a Blake. I'll stay on. I would stay on for the next 12 hours in a row. I'd stay on here till midnight. I got a feeling if Besant were on the other side of this trade in the hedge fund world, that he would be betting against it. Struggle with names like Palantir, Airbnb, PayPal, Rank. Me too. That had EPs and don't really consolidate. Daily 9, 20 minute just wide. I agree. Something like Palantir today, I feel like a loose entry. Yeah. Um, This is one thing that I think I'm getting a little bit better at, Blake, over the past year and a half. And this was one of my bigger goals too. Um, is that I've seen a lot of failed moves and a lot of moves that have worked, right? Just like, a lot of people. Um, and there are a lot of big moves that, give some of those brief windows to get in. I mean, if you look at MU, this was what a mess I've got on this. Um, that buy here, where was it? That's not a super classic type of buy there at 404, the first time that we got it, or that I got it on Thursday 4/9. And then where did I add to this? And then adding to it here at the 90 MA, super not a mega ideal buy. Perhaps getting some volume. It's a good look, man. You can take that risk against 1050. 50 cents a risk. Not bad. You had the weekly 90 made too there.
Yeah.
Um, so I mean half of this is just, man, if I can think about all the stocks that I want, what would I have in my account? Well, I think Palantir's one of those. So try it. It's not the greatest answer, I know. Um, but again, it's also in conjunction with, is the market potentially putting in a buy day? Here's what IGV looks like right here. Like I'd buy that on IGV. Holding this gap support, holding over $100, 5 days of sideways, 6 days of sideways right there. What's the biggest component of IGV? Palantir. It was like strong, leading the market. RBRK, am I super comfortable with this buy right here? No, but I want it. And it's very clear and definitive against $96 right there. And I'm totally okay with that.
And I wouldn't consider like today. I wouldn't have considered Friday's move really a fail. And like if you go back and study some of PLTR's move, it's like one of those stocks. Like I don't know if you remember, but like for example, like in like November 2024, like it has a bunch of times where it kind of just squats, but it just keeps grinding up the moving averages. It's one of those. It just has that characteristic. Like November, like I don't know, 18th or something, 2024, after its earnings gap up and it went. Um, yeah, like those couple of days, there's a couple of times in there just kind of like pushed out and then squatted and held and support. It surfed that 90 MA for weeks.
Yeah.
It's one of those stocks. It does that a lot. It did a lot last year too. It wasn't the easiest stock to hold, I will say, but it made a pretty solid move.
It's a thick little noodle, man.
Exactly. Yeah, thick little noodle. 100%.
uh, which for those of you guys, that thick little noodle phrase is when people ask me about Palantir back when I was down here. I was like, I don't know, guys. It's a thick little noodle. I don't know if this thing's got the juice. Stock was like single digits back then. Um, but yeah, I mean, and this is, by the way, that is trying to fix scars a little bit, Blake, from 2023 actually. So that's something that I've grappled with as a trader since 2023. If you go back and watch our first Oliver Kell interview, you'll hear the exact conversation. Was it 2024? Yeah, 2023.
2024,
November 2023. He came on December 20 or January 2024, I believe.
January 24. Yeah, but we talked about that period, and you were asking about buying those. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then that's when I started looking at the 5 SMA. And that's when kind of Manraf started bringing up the slingshot, and the fish hook, and a variety of those kind of things, and started looking at um, various ways to enter some of the strongest names, in some maybe slightly unconventional, uncomfortable, or shallow spots. Um, Shop was one of those ones. D Dog was one of those ones. Double inside day, tap the 5 SMA, and then bearish, bullish and golf went on to run. And again, these weren't like major moves. In fact, they all ended up kind of shitting the bed eventually. Actually, that was pretty good. That was kind of like one of the first lockout-ish type of moves. Um, and then it's kind of just continued to observe and progress, and um, you know what? I can buy the easy pullbacks. PBAs, yeah, PBA is very good at buying those. What I would typically say are slightly extended, but he's saying these are the strongest stocks in the market that are giving a potentially narrow window. So he's going to take a shot. Yeah, beautiful. What do you get on Palantir? I thought you already had Palantir. Is it better than mine today?
No, like the third day, like counting earnings. So like the day it retests the 200 day right after
Yeah,
earnings.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. At that 200-day moving average. Yeah, it's the ideal spot. Yeah, right there. Like, what is it? One. Let me go on stuff. I just bought some MDB. Uh, I see it. Tight risk. He's risking 50 cents on MDB. Oh my God. That's a spread. I don't know if that works. Uh, take a look here. Yeah. 153.19. Okay. Yeah, what a fucking beast. Yeah, but so okay, let's look at this kind of intraday action. It's the same thing, isn't it? Kick ass stock, giving a pullback at the open. Like, and then on the daily, yeah, you look at it, it's a little bit uncomfortable. Tap of the 200-day, very, very brief pullback, 90 May all the way down here, 20 May, right? Ideally, you want that to build for a few more days. And then you've got Scotland's fish hook, right, through the close of here, 162.66, right there. On this day, on Friday. Then you got first tap of the 90 MA there, and then shakeout. It's the way I'd kind of define this. This shakeout very well could turn into a pullback to the 20 MA. That would be ideal. But now we know. Now I've got a dollar 70 to find out. $1.70. I got 1%. I can put 100% of my fucking account in this and I'd lose 1% of my account if I stopped out. 100%. I'm not gonna do that. I can put 50% of my account there and I'd lose half a percent. game. Not gonna do that. You can get chopped up to death. You can risk a quarter point to death, but so I don't do that. But I'm also not. I don't get chopped up a whole lot. I have over the past few months a little bit more than I have in a long time. NBIS, Rocket Lab standout. I blame the market. Anyways, good conversation. Yeah, I kind of want to try that MTB 401 stop, $4 a risk. I gotta let things get going for me. Dude, I hate Twitter on desktop. Look at the first tweet that comes up. Amazing. Amazing.
What? Oh, that's funny.
Nick Schmidt's the fucking man. I love that dude. He's been having a tough time too. He's a good fucking trader also.
Mega patient, big picture guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he only trades on weekly charts.
I love how he describes his why he trades on weekly trades. Does anybody has anybody heard it? I'll say it. It's because his personality is the exact opposite of what you'd think based on trading on weekly charts. So he uses weekly charts to tame his natural personality and his character flaws. Essentially, is what he says.
What are his flaws that it's like counteracting?
Just overactivity.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Hyperactive brain. Looking at every daily candle or every hourly candle, every 30-minute candle, and seeing validation or invalidation left and right.
Yeah. That one quote from One Way Pockets reminds me of him a little bit.
What's that?
Um, the few who make money in the stock market await what they consider exceptional opportunities and then play for profits that are worthwhile. They look ahead a week or a month or a year, as the case may be, and disregard the changes that occur in price movement in each daily session, which to the day trader assume exaggerated proportions.
I should read this. I bought it when you told us to buy it.
Yeah, it's like
It's
Livermore old school style,
it's short too. It's a tiny book.
Yeah, I read it in like 2 hours on the porch. It's crazy
Yeah.
because like it's like a guy who worked like a brokerage and he's describing studies he did on accounts of like traders on the floor back in the day.
Gotcha.
He studied their accounts and throughout different market cycles and all that kind of stuff. And he describes the mistakes they made and the psychological habits they had of like how um, they were too hesitant to buy stuff when the market started breaking out, and then once it made a big run, they were buying just the same mistakes all of us make, throughout every cycle,
Yep.
100 years ago. It's crazy. Like you could read that, it could sound like it was describing, traders today in
Yeah.
like this year. It's nuts. It's so cool.
This is from when, like the 1920s?
I think 1917.
Oh yeah, in 1917, an insider at Wall Street brokerage firm took a close look at his company's most active traders and analyzed their trades to glean the secrets of their success, and what he found is still applicable today.
You'd love it. Hmm. PLTR pushing a little bit.
All right.
See you, boss.
Yeah.